It is on. Welcome. An entropy fan. Wait. We're gonna be doing a book reading today. I'm gonna be reading a book. Wait, I'll be right back. I'll bring the book because everybody likes books here. You're all nerds. You all love books. Back forever. Don't go. Uh, oof. Hold on. Show you the book. Book. I will show you the book. The Deadly Embrace. The Deadly Embrace by some person called Anthony Reed and David Fisher. Very fishy. Blech. Very fishy. Very suspicious. But it's okay. We're gonna do a reading today because you are all nerds. You are all nerds over here. Okay. The stream is on. So what was I supposed to do? About to do? Hold on, I have to actually check. I have to check my things. Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah. Let's start by watching my favorite creator. It's David Fisher's vampire romance novel. True. I've learned, interesting enough, this is about Hitler and Stalin, but this book actually talks a lot about Ukraine. Even though it's about Hitler and Stalin. So, it's true. It talks about Ukraine in World War One. I bet you never heard about Ukraine in World War One, huh? But you've never you never knew what role Ukraine played in World War One. Did you? Did you? You did not. I answered for you. You did not. Hey, baby. The guest is a pervert. But I'm here to tell you that Ukraine had an awesome role in World War One. More than you can ever imagine. More than you can dream of. If that makes sense. And I'm here to provide exciting things for you. Just for you. Okay? You excited? Eh, eh. I have to turn some things off.
Go.
So my joke is, hello, Gabriel saying about why the what? Also, my joke is only half as good because what's wrong? What's wrong? What? What happened? Why 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 Is it because of my Batman shirt? Is it because I got Batman? Did you watch the worst? Did you watch the dwarf? Did you watch the Wrocław Dwarves video? Not yet. Maybe we'll watch it on stream. But for now, we will be watching something else. I have to. What is this? Oh.
Wpadłabyś pod samochód.
Excellent. I
Musisz leć za
wanna
mną?
Nie leżę za tobą.
watch this on Discord. Sorry, I have to do some cleanup. Apologies. Actually, pretty interesting backstory. Oh. So how is everybody while I try to... How should I say? Get some more memory. Uh-oh. Wait, hold, what happened? Oh my gosh. The internet died? But it's back, right? We're back? Are we back? We're back, I think. I believe us to be back. Nobody even noticed that everything just died. Nobody noticed that the stream just died. And this is exactly how much I muted on the streams. It died for me. The whole internet died for me. Oh gosh. The whole internet died for me for a second. Hold on. Okay, that's better. So, Steam. Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter War. Everybody on YouTube disappeared. Maybe it was the download part that died and not the upload. Maybe. That would be great. I mean, the stream, the YouTube one didn't die, so... I guess I'm happy with this. This is fine, I guess. I'm gonna be debating Loner Box. Are you excited for this? You excited for me debating Loner Box? I'm gonna be debating Loner Box Hardcore. When? When he's ready. When he's ready. When he reads more than 2 papers on the Holodomor. He only read 2. And then we're gonna debate. Contraband 100. Yes, on the Holodomor. When he's ready. At least he said that he has to get ready. I mean, who knows? Maybe we will just not debate. He did say he might just agree. And then we're not gonna debate. That is the unfortunate nature of me debating people. Either people just end up agreeing, or people just run away from me. Should Logic just run away from me? He never, I was supposed to debate I was supposed to debate Should Logic, but he ghosted me. Aww. I was also supposed to debate Yankee Tanky, but he also fled for some reason. Very bizarre. Very bizarre. At least Lonerbox is not a coward and debated me once already and will debate me again. Although our debate, quote unquote, wasn't exactly... our debate ended up with him raiding me later after it.
Hello, are you here to debate?
Yes, I am.
All right, what's your name and how old are you?
I am Lucy. I am 5 years old.
Hey, Joven, this is Derek.
I am
came
Lucy.
to debate
Peggy 16.
gender affirming care for minors.
All right, what about it?
Hey, so I wanted to present like two different things. Then I'll just let you have the floor from there. One of them is that I don't really have a dog in this fight, and I'll tell you why in the end. But I will say this.
What was that?
What was that? Playing devil's advocate, I can kind of see
I am
both
the
ends
devil
of the spectrum. Like I can see why a person would say, "Hey, I grew up in a household where I
Hold on, someone said something very profound. There should be an array of people lined up to debate Lonerbugs, each making him deny one." Jesus. I thought you wanted to say that there should be an array of people lined up to debate me. Me. This is my stream. This is not a Lonerbugs stream. This is my stream. Line up people to debate me. We can see your game. Hold on. How's that possible? That's impossible. Hold on. That's impossible. I'm gonna fix it in a second. Hopefully. Hold on. Technical issues. Why can't I find it? Why can't I find the game? Oh, we got it. Okay. I want two people that I have debate me. If I debate, we mean something. No! By debate, we mean debate. What the hell? No, we mean debate. Talk. Discuss ideas. Jesus. I would show the world my prowess in debate.
And I've seen Alfalfa.
I should debate Destiny.
Carla.
Should I debate Destiny?
Spider-Man, Kiss Mary Jane. We saw heterosexual behaviors even in kids' movies. So I grew up thinking that my feelings were strange and that I was somehow weird. And so, yeah, I guess growing up,
what is this debate going to be about?
Probably being abused, you probably will think to yourself like, hey, once I reach a certain amount of power, I would like to resolve these issues and make sure that the next kid doesn't go through the same thing. Now, on the other hand,
what is this person talking
about? I
feel
like if a person is a Christian, or if a person has just a belief that I don't want my kids around this. I don't want my kids to go to school
Oh, buffering.
and some trans person is trying to teach them about these different things. Why force it on them?
Why
So
force it on them?
What is?
yeah, why force it on them? Why put these things in a school where all of our kids go to?
Wait, hold on.
And say, hey, we're going to
By these things, do you mean trans people? Because he gave an example of a trans person will show the kid, will tell the kid about all these different things. Why put those things in school? So by those things, does that person mean trans people? These things. Damn. Why put those things in school? Jesus.
have this class about transgender and things of this nature? Why
Because
force that?
when we educate children on the existence of these people, they become more tolerant.
Of those things, the existence of those
What do you
things.
mean by tolerant?
Oh my
More
god.
accepting of other people and other identities.
What do you mean tolerant, huh? What does tolerant mean?
Okay. That
Okay.
also leads me to my second
Okay.
thing that I wanted to mention.
Yee.
I think that even you can kind of agree with this, that
Even you.
like
Homo
until
globo.
we actually move on to the afterlife and
There is no afterlife.
we meet God
There is
and
no
He
God.
confirms, hey, this is a woman, this is a man, or gender doesn't exist. Who are
What?
we
This
to
is
say
so
who's
stupid.
right and who's wrong?
This is
No
so
matter what
stupid.
your science says, whatever.
Well, since I don't believe
So-
in a god, I would
True.
say science would be the way that we would like determine what
miss-
is or is not moral, because I don't believe that a god exists to tell us these things.
Science, huh?
Yeah, you believe that, but I'm speaking from just an overall perspective, like
What do you mean
including everyone.
overall
Put
perspective?
it to you like this: like a Christian believes what they believe. They don't believe in homosexuality. They don't believe in these things.
Wait.
Why force your beliefs on them?
Christians don't believe in homosexuality? According to Christians, homosexuality doesn't exist. There are no homosexuals in Basing Say or something. Homosexuals are just... Damn.
Why should I let them force their beliefs on other people? Like, it's just same question. Like they go, well, I don't want your beliefs in school, so they're now forcing their beliefs on people.
True.
I think we force beliefs all the
It
time.
doesn't.
It just depends on which beliefs are better for society. We kind of forced people into the belief that racism was wrong, right? And I'd say society's all the better for that, because we were able to remove like systemically racist policies and stuff. We have forceful beliefs all the time. It just depends on if those
True.
lead to better societal outcomes or not.
Right, but I believe also that
I believe I can fly and touch the sky.
I don't believe that two different people or two different groups or whatever countries, just two different ideologies can't really coexist with one another without one of the others submitting. I'll basically say it like this: like even with white people and black people, I don't think we'll ever get to a point to where everything will be okay. I think that racism will always be around. And so one of us had to submit. And I believe that
Submit.
has been us as black people.
Submit.
We can't really do anything about the police shootings other than protest and try to get laws changed. But at the end of the day, there is a such thing as
Submit.
systematic racism. And it's because these people who are in power, they say,
What did he say?
Now, I say this to say the gay community, I feel, is doing some of the same stuff. They're getting in positions of power and they're saying, hey,
What?
being that I am in power,
The
I'm going to
gays are
force
in
this
power.
upon you.
True, the gays are in power.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
I just feel overall like
The gays are in power.
I don't believe in having sex with a minor. But I would never go to Southeast Asia
Okay,
or go to
where is
parts
he?
of Africa where you have these tribes who've been around for hundreds of years.
Okay, where in Southeast Asia is it okay to like have sex with minors? What countries is this person talking about in Southeast Asia? Where is it okay?
And that's a part of their tradition. And say, hey, you're sick.
Like, I cannot speak for all Southeast Asian countries, but it's definitely not tradition in Vietnam. Okay, it's definitely not tradition in Vietnam, and that is a Southeastern Asian country. Jesus Christ. Tradition. I would say I'm pretty confident I can say the same about Cambodia. And I'm pretty sure I'm pretty confident about saying the same about Laos. If Vietnam is any indication. There is one thing that minors can do though in Vietnam that they cannot do in Western countries, for example. In Vietnam, minors can purchase alcohol, believe it or not. Yeah, it's an exploitation, but it's not some part of tradition. Like even sort of sex tourists have to sort of have to go to some shady places to do their tourism, you know? It's not some open thing, oh, it's just part of our culture, welcome foreigner and do this minor, you know? Yeah, it is a tradition of Western tourists, call it how. Like, damn. I started talking about alcohol, that minors can buy alcohol in Vietnam because there's this assumption that when a minor buys alcohol, they're buying it for their parent or adult or something. And there isn't actually, believe it or not, a problem of minors consuming alcohol in Vietnam. This guy is arguing that he cannot call it out. Yes, he can, because it's often American and British and other Westerners who use. Yeah. True. True. It's a whole system of abuse. But I will also say it's not some open market, if that makes sense. It's still sort of like a shady underground thing. At what point is this tradition just brought up to appeal to us? I don't know. Good question. Good question.
You're fucked up. So
I'm just gonna let you know here. I have no problem saying that a culture that has sex with minors is fucked up. No issues with that. None whatsoever. That's wrong.
True.
Morally,
go.
justifiably wrong in whatever essence of the word wrong you want to use.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Well said.
Hey, I think it's sick too. But who are you? Who are you to go to them? These are some of the original people, been around for years, and tell them because you believe it that they should believe, that they're forced to believe it, and do things like go to war with them. And
that is just,
you know,
that's stupid. especially since
I guess
what
that's
Karasu
just my
says is
opinion, though.
absolutely true.
I don't feel
It's
like
mostly
that.
Westerners that
You
just
know,
go to abuse children in
two people who really
countries far
disagree with
away.
one another can really coexist with one another. Like we can't coexist with one another without it probably ending in a fucking war or some shit. You know, especially if you believe in something strong enough, like, hey, I'm gay and I believe this, and it gets to that point to where the government says, hey, no, we're not going to allow this. You're either going to have to go elsewhere with your shit, or
Give your shit.
you're going to have to accept what we believe as facts, or turn a blind eye to it.
Here's a
And
question. Hold on. Let me ask you something. If we know there's a country that's engaging in child slavery, right? Like let's say there's a place. We don't even say a country. Let's say there's a place where there's just a ton of child slavery, but
We already have tons of countries that engage in child slavery. In fact, that child slavery fuels a lot of businesses, like children mining for those minerals that are used in makeup in very bad conditions, you know? I don't remember what the mineral is called, but children sort of basically mine for it. And many other things that corporations depend on child labor to do.
but that's their culture. Their culture is just that of child. You have to be a slave while you're a kid, and then when you're an adult, you're not a slave. This is the culture here. Do you think it wouldn't be beneficial to liberate the children of said country so that they no longer have to be child slaves?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay, but
that's
then why
my
wouldn't you
opinion.
say? Then why wouldn't you say anything about countries that have where adults have sex with children? Why is that? Why is it okay to liberate child slaves, but it's not okay to liberate child sex slaves?
I said, in my opinion. In my opinion, that shit is wrong. But, like,
But
you know, okay, I'm going to stick to what you're saying here.
damn.
Like, even if I don't believe in that, and I say that, you know, hey, and by liberate, I'm assuming that you mean, like, allow people from those countries to come over here, or, like, help them out in some way to where you offer them, like, some type of safe haven. Is that what you
Oh, it's
were
buffering.
saying?
Anything we can do to stop child slavery and child sex crimes, yeah, whatever that may be.
Yeah, I guess in my opinion, yeah. But I just don't feel like that we should intrude on people's beliefs. I just feel like there's a thin line between intruding on a person's belief, on a group of people's beliefs, and sticking to your own guns. Like okay, you saying that these things about the slavery and all this stuff, right? If we were to get involved with something like that and we were to stop it,
Hello, Maya Maya.
and we would basically be in this position that we're in now, where we're sort of doing the same things over in like in Iraq and stuff. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of people in those countries who don't want us there. They're fine with this, and we call them terrorists.
Yeah, if I was a
but
country
who
that
are
was
we to
engaging
say
in,
I don't
if
think
I was a
it's the same
country that had
guy.
a culture of child like sex crimes,
He's
I
just a
probably
random
wouldn't want
caller.
other people showing up either to try to stop me from doing that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
this is allowing for child sex crimes is a net negative. There is no positive for allowing this to happen.
So I
So
don't know.
you're right and they're wrong.
I would argue that
When it comes to sleeping with kids, yeah,
I would argue
absolutely
that
they're
forcing
wrong.
children to sleep
100%,
with guys for money
1,000%,
is
1,000,000%.
type of slavery to begin
Okay,
with.
Joven, but who are you to say that? Who are you? You're a human being just like the rest of us.
Wait,
You're
who
going
are
over
they
to
to force
a
children
group of
to
people
do that?
who've been around for years, tribes of people, and you're telling them, hey, you're having sex with minors that's wrong.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, okay, let's turn the tables a little bit. How do you feel about white people using those comments, that said thing, to enslave us? Hey,
That's
they're
not what
animals
was.
over there.
That's not what was
They're
used to
having sex with
enslave
minors.
us.
That's
That's not
exactly
what
what
was
they used
used.
to do.
No, it
No.
wasn't. That's not how they used to enslave us. The way they used to enslave us was they typically
ridiculous.
at the start of the transatlantic slave trade, it was this idea of like environmental racism, where the idea was black people are savages because the sun cooks their brains and they have lower IQs. It has nothing to do with with tribes sleeping with children. That's just
True.
ridiculous. That's not what actually happened.
no.
That's not how the transatlantic slave trade came to be. I
Exactly.
actually know the history on this.
They called us savages. They made us seem like we were less than, and they still use it to this day. This
The
is how they're
wildness,
able to
to try to justify pedophilia is crazy.
True.
Okay.
Like, I'm
Okay.
sorry, I don't agree with the justification of pedophilia just because it's cultural.
True.
That's ridiculous. Just like if there was a country that was committing mass genocide, I'd say we should probably get involved. Even if that
True.
mass genocide is cultural. We should probably stop that country from committing a genocide.
Yeah, I can see it from that perspective, and I think I
Oh.
sort of agreed with it from that angle. Like,
Although
with
before
Adolf
World War
Hitler and
II
all that shit.
Before World War
So,
II,
yeah,
So
I
it's
can-
weird
I
to
can
me
see
that
your
you
point,
agree
Joey.
with this in like other
I
instances.
just have to point it out. Before World War II, moving in to stop a genocide was considered violating a country's sovereignty, and that was considered not good. And it was the Genocide Convention that aimed to change that, to sort of limit countries' sovereignty in a way, in this regard, that a country should not just be able to genocide people within its borders as part of its sovereignty.
Instances, but you don't agree with this when it comes to adults sleeping with children.
I just said in the beginning that I don't agree with that.
Yes, but
who
you're
am
you're
I
making
to-
you're making justifications that other cultures. You're saying, who am I to tell these other cultures that they shouldn't be doing?
Yeah, but there's still a difference there. Even if there's still a big difference there. Even if the genocide interference is timely. Before World War II, it wasn't, oh, we are getting involved too late. Before World War II, it was, it's their business, they can do whatever they want. It's not, it's not for us to intervene. It's not for anyone to intervene, because it's the country's business, what they do. So there's a sort of, there's a big difference there still.
This. What?
Yeah, who am I? Who am I? Like
Who
you
am
said,
I?
you don't believe in
You
God,
really want to
but
know?
like, okay, why are your morals better than another person's?
If
Why?
the morals lead to less
Who am
harm, I
Do
think
you
those
really
are better
wanna
morals.
know?
And we see that there is a principal psychological harm done to children when adults sleep with them. So yeah, we can literally pinpoint the harm that is going on a scientific basis. We can see the negatives that the body engages in when they're being assaulted. So yeah, I think it's pretty easy to say this is why you're wrong for doing this.
True.
Yeah, I guess but the Mayans used to cut motherfuckers' heads off in the name of God.
I would
You
say
know,
this
you
is
got
wrong.
These weird traditions. You got these weird traditions that these different tribes practices, and they look at it as, a holy ritual of some sort.
Yes, I would
You
claim
know,
that this
so
is wrong because cutting someone's head off, there's principal
good.
harm being done there. The principal harm being you're killing someone.
of course,
Of course.
and
course.
that shit is extreme. But bringing it back to a
course.
micro scale,
Of micro scale.
with us here in America in the whole gay
course.
versus heterosexual thing,
Of course.
Christians versus gays, Muslims versus gays.
Christian
This whole
versus
thing that's going
gays.
on
Christians
these
can be
days,
gay. Gay
I'm
Christians
still not
exist.
convinced that one or the other
Gay
will,
Christians
like,
exist in the
forcing your
world.
behaviors on each other.
Christians versus
like-
gays.
Again, you've
It's a
agreed
war
with
in
other you've agreed with forceful behaviors. You've agreed with this, right? Us abolishing slavery was forcing a behavior onto people. I'm sure you would agree with that, the abolition of slavery, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the issue is not whether we force beliefs on people. It's that you believe there's some core beliefs that shouldn't be forced. And it's weird to me that the only one that you've so far said is the one that shouldn't be forced is the one about fucking kids. Everything else you're fine with being forced, except this one, which is weird.
Yeah, it makes you think.
No.
Makes
What I
you
was
think.
doing was making a point. See, I agree, and I do believe
Makes you think.
that black people are not animals because I'm a black person.
I see.
I agree, and I feel that black people are not less than, and we should be enslaved by white folks. And so, to convince them that we shouldn't be enslaved and that we're not animals, I mean, of course, I'm going to agree with that. I'm black. And I feel like that even still to this day, we have to fight to prove that, and
Yes, but again, there's no scientific backing for race realism. This idea that there are negative traits associated to race. There's no scientific backing for this, right? So this would be an example of like, hey, this is a belief that's held by people that has no backing in fact or logic or reality. So yeah, it's pretty important that we tarnish this belief. I would say the same thing about people that want to fuck kids. All that's being done is a principal harm that we can link scientifically to the to humans that are experiencing this. We can quite literally link the traumatic harm being done. So I don't understand why you're going, well, we shouldn't tell these cultures that this is bad. What? What do you think the age of consent should be?
Your science isn't proof of anything. Your science isn't proof of anything. How can
It's
and
proof of the
quoting a guy
harm.
named I'm quoting a guy from Leo Guru from actualize.org. Super Mario living in Super Mario World can't point to the screen and say, "Hey, this is who created me." Basically,
What?
unless you die and you meet God or you move on to the afterlife in whatever
There is
science
no afterlife.
world,
There is no
whatever
God.
your beliefs are proven to be fact, then how can you say for sure that your science is true? You're living.
Why does
in
it
this
make you mad?
dimension that we're
Religion
living
is the
in,
thing
like,
that cannot be proven. So I'm instead going to base my morals around things that can be, such as scientific experimentation or logic and reasoning, right? These are things that we can kind
experimentations have
of
nothing to do
either
with
prove
morals.
intuitively, or we can prove them with the backing of studies.
Insane.
And trauma responses from being assaulted are measurable things that we can see in people over and over again. I don't need a God to tell me this. And if God forbid I go up to heaven and God says, "Nah, this is okay," I'm gonna just be like,
bit
"God, you're evil
smarter.
as shit. Bye, send me to
Jesus.
hell." Right? I don't need a God to tell me that this is or is not okay. Again, why is this the only thing you seem to not stand? You seem to stand 10 toes down that it's okay that we change beliefs on killing. It's okay that we change beliefs on genocide. It's okay that we force beliefs on slavery. It's okay that we force beliefs on racism. But for some reason, it's not okay to force beliefs on adults having sex with kids.
Science does not
No,
tell
that is
anything
not what
about
I'm
morals.
saying, Joven. And you're Let me clarify it for you,
I'd
okay?
love for you
Just
to.
listen to me really clear. This will resolve all of those issues because I feel like you're trying to twist it up to make it seem like. Listen, listen
Listen.
very closely. I believe that black people are not inferior. I believe that. In order to basically prove to white people that we're not inferior, we have to go through a lot of shit. We basically have to go to war with these motherfuckers and release ourselves from slavery, even though they're saying that Lincoln, it's not really true. He had to. He had to. But that's another story, neither here nor there. The fact of the matter is that the original conversation that I
Even
was
if
having with you is,
even if
number one, do you feel like
race
that
realism was true, that would not justify
two people
slavery.
can coexist without the other submitting?
That's true.
Meaning, do you feel like that some type of war would have to break out?
It's sort of the same argument like with conversion therapy. Even if it worked, it wouldn't automatically make it suddenly good. You know? Just because something works, it doesn't make it good. Conversion therapy would still be bad, even if it worked. Even if it had 100% success rate in converting people's sexuality. You know? Because depending on the argument that conversion therapy is bad because it doesn't work, actually assumes that yes, being gay is actually wrong, but we don't have the way to fix it, if that makes sense. You know? Hence the argument conversion therapy is bad because it doesn't work.
in order for you to establish your beliefs. And number two, I was saying that what makes you right? What makes you right? What makes you better than someone else? And what makes your
Listen.
science so fucking true?
Listen, science, much like incest, is morally neutral. See what I did there? See? I took you to the past, didn't I? Exactly. Yes, science, just like incest, is morally neutral. Hey. There you go. I brought you to the past. It all went full circle. It all went full circle. It all went back to my Habibabi destiny.
That you can go up to a Christian who believes what they believe and say, "No, you're wrong."
Why are you changing the categories now? You told me point blank, who are you to say
Point
that these
blank.
other cultures are wrong? You told me this point blank.
True.
Mm-hmm. It
These
was an
other
example, though.
I don't care if it's an example. Would you answer
I'm
me this
gonna
question?
make you into an
If
example.
a country was engaging in the slavery of black people, do you think that we should force that country not to do this? Do you think that this is a belief that we should force upon them and not allow them to engage in the slavery of black people? Yes or no?
Joseph, I'm going to say it again. Please hear me
I
out.
asked a very simple yes or no question.
I'm going to give you that. I believe that. Yes.
I'm a smug atheist. What now? What if I told you I was a
Great.
smug
Do you
atheist?
believe, great, I love that you believe that. Do you believe that if a country is engaging in mass pedophilia, so they are a country whose entire culture is built around them marrying, fucking, impregnating, to children, people under the age of, let's say 14, Do you think something should be done about that and that should be intervened in as well, and that these ideals should also be forced to change?
Not really for sure. Not really for sure. Not for sure on that one. I personally don't like that in my own life, but who am I to go up to a Buddhist monk who this is their beliefs, this is their thing? Go to their tribe and basically tell them that they're wrong. Who am I? Now, black slavery and that shit and all that, that's more to me. Like I said before.
Interlocutor, we have a
We're all
Present
biased
Sunday in the
in
chat.
this situation. We're all
Interlocutor.
we're all fighting for our own personal agenda, but just because I believe.
I'm out. Homie, the justification of fucking kids is crazy. Yeah, Buddhists are literally celibate, last I checked.
And that's it. That's the debate. How did you like? Have you enjoyed?
What the fuck?
There you go. There you go. I've given you your circus and entertainment. You should donate to me because I've given you the best type of content possible. The highest quality. Now you will have the honor of watching my face up close. Boom. Isn't that great? Now you're watching me up close and personal. Look at my hair. There is a weird thing going on with my hair. I'm gonna disclose my secrets now. So because estrogen has rebuilt my hair, it has rejuvenated my hair. My hair here is long and long, and my hair here is short. It's short here. So I've got short hair here and long hair here. So I'm still in this kind of weird spot where my hair here is sort of short, as you can see, because it just grew due to the estrogen, and it's long here. So we're still waiting for the hair here to grow and be long, and then I'll be able to do, if you know what I mean. So we're still waiting. We're still waiting for all of this to grow. So there you go. We're gonna watch some more things. We're gonna be talking about SPIES. So we're gonna be talking about SPIES today. Spy Kids. I wanna show you my favorite YouTube channel. My favorite YouTube channel is... Jesus. I wanna show you a very cool video. I'm not sure if you're ready for this video, so I'm gonna need to have the chat vote on this one, because for some people it might feel like a dry, boring video, okay? But I find it fascinating and I wanted to watch it on stream and translate it. It is called Born Sulinovo, 1992. The year when Russian forces were pulled back from Poland. Are you interested in watching a documentary about Russian army being pulled back from Poland in 1992? I watched some of it. It has a lot of interesting elements. For example, it has those soldiers that sort of were in Poland, those specially selected soldiers that were chosen to serve abroad. But then suddenly the country that they served no longer existed, namely the Soviet Union. And sort of they tackled with the new reality that the country they served basically no longer exists. And they sort of like were a bit, well, damn. My reality has been put a bit upside down. Okay, we can watch it then. I'm going to need to translate it. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the game because for such serious content, there's no other choice than to. Hold on. Damn. Hold on. I have to set it up. We're gonna watch a video. Hold on. Hold on. Something's. Yeah, we're watching a film. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna take it to the big screen. Is Karasu still here? Karasu, you should watch this with us. I wanna do some watch parties. Movies. Or some cool movies I wanna watch. I hate people talk about moral right in the same way they talk about legal right. Like, no, that doesn't make any sense. I think Vosh was using it in his debate with Professor Flowers. Moral right, legal right. This video is just 7 minutes, so I think you can stick around. Like, I guess what Professor Flowers could have told Vosh, technically speaking, is, well, the country sort of has the ability to do a genocide on its ex group, but then it would possibly trigger the genocide convention, but then it also maybe wouldn't, because as far as I know, in order to be even prosecutable for genocide, a country needs to first to have signed the genocide convention. Well, not signed, ratified. I think a country that does not ratify the genocide convention is outside of its jurisdiction. So I guess it would depend if the country they were discussing even ratified the genocide convention. Or if your moral compass is the state, you have a serious issue. That's true. Of the year 1992.
Samodzielnego Batalionu Rozpoznawczego.
This is like the Reconnaissance Battalion. The Reconnaissance Battalion.
Dowódca ukończył elitarną szkołę wojsk powietrzno-desantowych w Riazani od 7.
This commander has finished a very elite military school.
79 Afganistan, potem Polska.
Sorry, what?
Desantowych w Riazani od 79 Afganistan.
He was in Afghanistan from 79 and then in Poland. So he was stationed in Afghanistan and then in Poland.
Potem Polska.
Dawaj. Cool stuff. So this is our protagonist, Russian commander that was in Afghanistan and then stationed in Poland. The hero of our story. Oh, I'm not showing the screen? Jesus. Tell me earlier. There you go. I have to watch it from the very beginning now. I have to show it from the very beginning and explain it.
Borny Sulinowo, wiosna 92 roku. Sztab
So yes, Borny Solinowo, 1992 spring. This guy here to the left is our protagonist.
Samodzielnego Batalionu Rozpoznawczego.
The commander of the Reconnaissance Battalion.
Dowódca ukończył elitarną szkołę wojsk powietrzno-desantowych w Riazani.
The Air Descent Military School, very prestigious school. Very well done, very accomplished guy. This one on the screen. Very accomplished soldier. Very cool, very accomplished.
Riazani. Od 79 Afganistan
From 79 in Afghanistan, and then Poland, destination Poland. So he was, yeah, his experience on the ground.
potem Polska.
Cool, cool,
Kiedy uczyłem się w szkole oficerskiej,
When I was learning at the officer school,
mieliśmy skoki spadochronowe.
we used to do parachute jumps.
Skoczyłem nieszczęśliwie i uderzyłem o ziemię.
I did an unfortunate jump and I hit the ground.
Pękły mi 7. i 8. krąg.
My 7 and 8 disc, ouch, my 7 and 8 disc just sort of broke. Well, not broke, just sort of cracked. Yeah, my 7 and 8 disc cracked.
4 miesiące przeleżałem w szpitalu.
I spent 4 months in the hospital.
Dowódca wyjednał, żeby mnie zostawili w wojsku.
My commander begged the command to leave, to allow me to stay in the army.
Ja też prosiłem.
I also asked for that.
Rok ledwo chodziłem, męczyłem się,
I barely walked. I sort of struggled.
próbowałem, nie biegałem na zaprawę fizyczną.
And I sort of had to go for a big rehab, I guess.
Po prostu może dlatego, że bardzo mocno chciałem.
I just really wanted it. Our protagonist is a fighter. Had a big incident and didn't let it stop him from continuing to be a soldier.
Żelazna dyscyplina,
Iron discipline.
także wobec oficerów. Stała gotowość, by wszelkimi
Always ready for action.
skutecznymi sposobami zdobyć informacje o nieprzyjacielu.
Always ready to gain information about the enemy by any means necessary.
Od ich chytrości i bezwzględności zależy tempo natarcia całej dywizji.
It is up to their scheming and I don't know, up to how well they can think in a sneaky way. It's up to them, the success of the whole division. Cool. Very cool.
Поздравляю вас с началом итоговой проверки.
Borne. Ostatni przegląd i ostatnia defilada dywizji.
Last checkup and last sort of, how do you say this word in English? Parade? And the last parade, yeah, I was right. The last parade of the division.
Podczas przeglądu każdy sowiecki oficer miał prawo zgłosić zażalenie.
During each checkup, any Soviet officer could sort of file a complaint, I guess.
Najlepsi z najlepszych dobierani do służby za granicą przez państwo, które nagle przestało istnieć.
The best of the best. This is an interesting sentence. The best of the best that were chosen to be stationed abroad by a state that no longer existed, by a country that no longer existed. They were stationed by a country that no longer existed.
dowódca dywizji generał gwardii Bułhakow.
Oh, sorry.
Dowódca dywizji generał
The leader of the division, General
gwardii Bułhakow.
Bulhakov.
Trzykrotnie ranny w Afganistanie.
He was wounded 3 times in Afghanistan,
Od 90 roku w Polsce.
and from the year 1999 stationed in Poland.
Zawodowa elita dywizji to Słowianie, ale
The elite of the unit are made up of Slavs,
wielu zwykłych żołnierzy rozumie po rosyjsku tylko kilkanaście podstawowych komend,
but many of the regular soldiers only understand a few Russian words at best, and those are the military commands,
i okrzyk hurra.
and also the hurrah shout. Those are Soviet soldiers. What are you talking about, Poles? Those are Soviet soldiers that were stationed in Poland.
Жизнь моего поколения. Во-первых, родились под этим красным
Życie
знаменем.
mojego pokolenia.
Во-вторых,
The life of my generation.
были
Po pierwsze,
воспитаны
urodziliśmy
на
się
тех
pod
традициях,
tym
которые
czerwonym
были
sztandarem.
We were born under this red standard. Under this red banner.
Po drugie, wychowano nas na tradycjach, powiedzmy, 1917 roku.
And we were raised on the tradition of 1917. This is General Bulhakov, the leader of the division of infantrymen. Motorized guard.
Сейчас перестроиться.
Teraz
Конечно,
się
мы понимаем,
zmienić.
что
To change now.
Oczywiście rozumiemy, że popełniono poważne błędy
Of course, I understand that serious mistakes were made
w płaszczyźnie rozwoju naszego
when it comes to the development
integralnego państwa,
of the integrity of our country,
Związku Radzieckiego.
the Soviet Union.
перестроиться сейчас.
Przystosować się teraz do nowych warunków to dla
To adapt now to the new environment.
mojej generacji bardzo trudne.
For my generation, it will be extremely difficult.
Моего, будем говорить, поколения имеются определенные трудности.
Bliżej ja чувствую красное знамя.
Bliższym jest czerwony sztandar. Wychowano mnie w jego duchu. W ogóle czerwony sztandar oblany krwią na barykadach.
I am much closer to the red banner than anything else. The red banner soiled by blood in the barricades.
Jako świętość go nie odczuwam.
Bliżej
I don't see it as sacred.
Nie wiem, bliższy mi jest sztandar czerwony.
I feel closer to the red banner.
Примерно так.
W przededniu Dnia Zwycięstwa 92 roku
The day before the day of victory in 92,
rozwiązano Armię Radziecką.
the Red Army was dissolved.
Istniała dłużej niż sam Związek Sowiecki.
The Red Army had existed The Red Army has existed for longer than the USSR itself.
9 maj.
9th of May.
Ostatnie salwy honorowe w bornesulinowskim garnizonie.
The last honorary salve for the unit.
Господа офицеры, по натянутым
Officers,
нервам
they sing the song
и аккордами вверх.
to those that do not worry about their career
Эту песню пою
by not sort of thinking about their lives,
тем, кто бросив карьеру,
fought for Russia.
живота не жалея,
Those who lived through Afghanistan
свою грудь подставляет
and did not
за Россию свою.
did not build careers
Тем,
on the corpses of soldiers.
кто выжил в Афгане, свою честь не изгадив,
Those who remember
кто карьеры
about mothers
не делал,
and gave the mothers back sons who were alive.
от солдатских кровей.
Kobieta była od zawsze przypisana do losu oficera.
This woman has always been tied to the fate of an officer.
Armia podporządkowywała służbie i organizowała życie rodzin zamkniętych w miasteczkach wojskowych.
The army organized the life of families of officers in organized camps. Okay, I have to explain this video again. Those are not Polish soldiers. Those are Soviet soldiers who were stationed in Poland. So these are mostly Russian soldiers who were stationed in Poland. So they went for Afghanistan, and then from Afghanistan they were stationed as the Red Army in Poland. And in 1992 they were pulled back from Poland when the Red Army was dissolved. So the soldiers sort of mentioned here are all Russian, not Polish. You know, this is about sort of Russian soldiers that had to this is about the Russian soldiers that had to sort of live with the new reality of the Soviet Union not existing anymore and sort of the Red Army not being a thing anymore. Yeah. But this video does not say that. This video, this video just tells about the Russian soldiers that were in Afghanistan and then they will in Poland, sort of. So it's sort of, this song is about Russian soldiers that lived through Afghanistan. Right. I think this is an interesting video. I think we should dig up more stuff like that. It sort of shows us certain, it shows us the realities of people that were actually involved in the whole thing,
Zapewniała naukę dzieci, lecie rodzin zamkniętych w miasteczkach wojskowych.
So those army cities, they sort of arranged the lives for the families.
Zapewniała naukę dzieci,
They gave education to the children.
leczenie, wypoczynek,
They gave healthcare and sort of rest time
rozrywki, zaopatrzenie
entertainment,
patrzenie i mieszkania.
an apartment, and other useful stuff to live.
Хорошо, как хорошо удалось. Спасибо. Если бы ты знал, что мне пришлось пережить.
W jednostkach za granicą zatrudniano młode kobiety stanu wolnego.
When it comes to the units that station abroad, young single women were employed.
Kandydatki na żony młodych oficerów.
They were the candidates to become the wives of young officers.
Niektóre pozostaną samotne.
Some of them will stay single.
Żołnierzom trudno było uzupełnić skromne wyżywienie z $3 miesięcznego żołdu.
Oh Jesus. For soldiers, it was difficult to supplement their soldiery meals with their measly $3 of monthly pay. Am I hearing this correctly?
Żołnierzom trudno było uzupełnić skromne wyżywienie z $3 miesięcznego żołdu.
Damn. So it was difficult for soldiers to supplement their soldierly diet with their $3 of monthly pay.
Przeznaczonego też na zakup środków czystości i
And also for those $3 they had to buy cleaning products for themselves
papierosów. Dla
and cigarettes.
żołnierzy i oficerów ostatnie chwile za granicą były jedyną szansą zdobycia środków na nowy początek.
For many soldiers, oh, this is actually an interesting point.
Ostatnie chwile za granicą były
For many soldiers, the last moments, the last sort of days, the last time abroad was the only way for soldiers to gain any money to start a new life
jedyną szansą zdobycia środków na nowy początek w Rosji.
in Russia. So many soldiers had to use that remaining time stationed abroad to gain funds to start anew in Russia.
Walka o byt własnej rodziny zastąpiła walkę o szczęście ludzkości.
The fight for the happiness of humanity has been replaced with the fight for the survival of their families. That's it. That's part 1. You want to watch part 2? Would you like to watch part 2? There's a part 2 to this. What do you think? Don't be worried. Don't be worried. There's no need to worry. Everything's under control. Okay, let's talk about the first part first. First, we talk about the first part. How did you enjoy? What did you think? Any, what do you call it? Wait, Gabriel lost the, oh gosh, you lost the, what do you call it, sub. What do you think? Any thoughts on what you've just seen? Any sort of deep thingies that you have to say? I think it's interesting because it sort of humanizes the experience of certain people that we just see very often as nameless sort of, how do I say it? We sort of see many people as sort of those there's this element of abstracting certain types of people, if that makes sense, you know? And it's useful to watch things that sort of show their own struggles, their own sort of worries, their own thoughts, their own sort of philosophies, their own sort of, you know? I think it's a valuable thing to engage in. Okay, let's watch the second part. This is by TVP1, Polish National Television 1.
Конечно,
Are they doing this for raw parts or something?
горький осадок в этом есть.
Pozostaje gorzki osad. Bo to, w co długie lata wierzyłem, kiedy teraz ujawnia się fakty, okazało się oszustwem.
There's this bitter aftertaste in my mouth. All the ideas, all the ideals that I believed in, all the things that I thought were true, when the facts came out, all of those turned out to be lies. That is a thing that many people sort of felt, like for example, within the Warsaw Pact, many sort of military personnel who were true believers in the Warsaw Pact. They were true believers that NATO was this aggressive force that wanted to invade. A lot of them went through this shock period when they sort of learned that all of that they believed was a lie. And I guess this person speaking here is experiencing a similar thing.
Osad w duszy pozostaje.
This bitterness in the soul remains.
В душе остается. Не доверяли нам, что ли?
Nie dowierzali nam, czy jak?
Человеку
Did they not believe us?
нужно всегда доверять.
Uważam, że człowiekowi zawsze trzeba dowierzać i mówić prawdę.
I think humans should be believed and they should tell the truth.
Jak gorzka by nie była.
Even if the truth is bitter.
Może byłoby to lepsze.
Maybe it would have been better if we were told the bitter truth.
A tak to oszustwo uderzyło jak bumerang w system, który był.
And as it was, the truth hit like a boomerang into the system that used to be.
Много красной у нас материи, всем рубай
We have a lot of red fabric.
и пошьем вам, братва.
We will sew shirts for all of you.
Корона Российской империи. Екатерина, ты была не права. Екатерина,
Oh, the crown of the Russian Empire.
ты была не
Catherine,
права. Не
you were wrong.
валяй дурака, Америка. Они обидно кому говорят.
Don't play stupid. Don't play stupid, America.
Отдавай-ка землицу, а-ля Сашку. Отдавай-ка родимую зад.
We won't insult anyone by saying, give us back Alaska. Give us back our treasures.
Не валяй дурака, Америка, а вот
Learning with us the red strength, the powerful soul of Ilich.
Były tu plansze poświęcone historii byłego Związku Socjalistycznych Republik Radzieckich.
There were sort of those banners here dedicated to the history of the USSR.
Eksponowane tu materiały uprzątnęliśmy i postanowiliśmy zrobić w tym miejscu małą tablicę poświęconą historii czysto, znaczy okresu do października, czy
We decided to create a little bit of an exposition that would be dedicated to history.
to rosyjskiego. O naszych wodzach, którzy
About our leaders
w przeszłości rozsławili Rosję wielkimi
who in the past have made Russia famous
zwycięstwami.
with their victories.
Znajdują się tu Piotr I,
There's Peter I,
admirał Nachimow
Admiral Nakhimov,
i generał Brusiłow.
and General Brusimov.
Здесь находится Петр I, адмирал Нахимов и генерал Брусилов.
Я уважаю тех старых офицеров.
Bardzo szanuję dawnych oficerów.
I really respect the old officers.
Carskiego oficera zapytano, czy zamierza służyć w Armii Czerwonej.
A Russian officer was asked if he will serve in the Red Army,
A czy za Armii Czerwonej nie będzie granic?
and he said, "Will there be no borders? And will there be no borders during the Red Army?"
Odpowiedział, to znaczy jaka różnica komu służyć?
What is the difference who I serve?
Trzeba służyć ojczyźnie.
You have to serve your country,
Rodzina, ojczyzna.
your home country.
Ojczyzna jest ojczyzną.
Your sort of your home country is your home country.
Trzeba bronić ojczyzny, nieważne komu służąc.
You have to defend it no matter who you serve.
Все корни мои идут из России.
Wszystkie moje korzenie tkwią w Rosji.
All of my roots are in Russia.
Родина.
Dla mnie z natury rzeczy ojczyzną jest miejsce, gdzie się urodziłem.
For me, my home is of course the place where I was born.
Армия должна быть и оставаться армией.
Armia powinna być i pozostawać armią do końca.
The army should remain an army to the end.
Obecnie w Rosji najlepiej zorganizowaną i kierowaną strukturą okazuje się armia.
Right now in Russia, the army turns out to be the most organized organization. Organized organization. You know what I mean.
Oznacza to, że mimo wszystko w armii służą ludzie czujący odpowiedzialność przed swoim państwem i narodem,
Which means that in the army we have people that feel a certain responsibility towards their country and people,
gotowi wypełnić zadanie.
ready to fulfill the tasks.
A armia ma jedno zadanie:
And the army has only one task:
nie dopuścić do zamachów z zewnątrz na swoje państwo.
not to allow any attacks from the outside, to, not to allow the country to be attacked by outsiders.
Jak ciężko by Rosji nie było,
No matter how hard it gets in Russia,
Rosja stanie się znów tą potężną Rosją,
Russia will once again become that powerful Russia
którą kiedyś była.
that it used to be. Oh no. Oh no. That is, oh no. Oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no.
Той России, мощной России, которая
Can it not Can it not? Can it not become the powerful Russia that it used to be, please? Can it not?
Она была.
I beg.
Dokąd jedziecie?
Where are you heading?
Do Rosji? Do Związku Niepodległych Państw.
We're going to Russia. To the Union of Independent Countries. The Union of Independent States.
Takiego kraju już nie ma.
There is no such country anymore.
Więc dokąd jedziecie?
So where are you going?
Do ojczyzny.
To our homeland.
Sami nie wiemy.
We don't know.
Япония претендует на...
Japonia pretenduje do Wysp Kurylskich.
Северные.
Japan wants the Coral Islands. We are watching a video about the Soviet army being pulled back, Russian army being pulled back from Poland in 1992. A documentary.
Estonia do okręgu pskowskiego.
Estonia to the Pskov region.
Дует на...
I jacyś tam jeszcze inni.
And some other peoples. Jesus.
И кто-то еще.
Według mnie
Вот это вот
żądania
претензии
terytorialne
территориальные,
nigdy
я
do niczego
считаю,
dobrego
что
nie
они
prowadziły.
I think that territorial claims have never led to anything good.
к хорошему никогда не
Wszystkie
приводят.
konflikty wybuchały tylko z powodu pretensji terytorialnych.
All conflict has ever erupted over territorial claims.
Но бросать армию не собираюсь. И мне хотелось, чтобы быстрее бы...
Nie zamierzam porzucić armii i chciałbym, żeby rząd i nowy minister obrony
министр обороны
jak najszybciej już skończyli z tą całą pierestrojką.
кончили это
Oh my gosh. I would like to stay in the army, and I would like the new government and the new Minister of Defense to end with this whole perestroika thing.
всю перестройку.
Żeby się za czymś opowiedzieli
Определились.
I want them to stand for something
i wzięli się wreszcie za swoją robotę.
and start doing their job. Well, Russia sure started to stand for something, and now we all live to regret it. I mean, the Soviet Union had soldiers stationing in Poland.
Который должен быть президентом.
Ten, kto ma być prezydentem, musi prawidłowo pojmować rzecz
И думать о армии.
So the guy that's gonna be the president in Russia has to know what he's doing
i myśleć o armii.
and think of the army.
Musi powiedzieć tak i tak i wykonać.
Армия
He has to say, Jesus Christ. So they wanted a dictator, basically. After all, they wanted a dictator already in 1992. So the guy that will become president has to think of the army, and this has to say, this and this, do it. Jesus.
будет выполнять.
A armia wykona.
An army will do it.
И давайте строиться быстро.
In 91.
Teraz każdy służy jakby w próżni.
And now we all sort of serve in some vacuum.
Znów odjeżdżamy w nieznane.
Once again, we go into the unknown.
Dokąd? Po co?
Where? Why?
Rzeczywiście jesteśmy jak koczownicy, jeździmy z jednego miejsca w drugie.
We really are like some nomads going from one place to another.
W twerze nikt mnie nie oczekuje jako człowieka.
Nobody sort of waits for me as a human.
Wojsko czeka, czeka.
The army is waiting.
A co czeka mnie?
And what awaits me?
Przyjedziemy, zobaczymy.
We'll see.
Приедем, посмотрим.
Gazeta Północnej Grupy Wojsk
The newspaper of the Southern Armed Forces
wydrukowała wiersz oficera.
have printed a poem of an officer.
13 miesiąc do
The 13th month.
dnia eszelony, smutkiem w ojczystym kraju witany.
Oh Jesus, I have to translate poems now.
13 miesiąc do dnia eszelony,
I have no idea what is being said. The 13th month of something.
smutkiem w ojczystym kraju witany.
We're being greeted by our home country.
Po cóż na zachód rwały bataliony?
Why did we all have to go to the west?
Dziś garnizony bez strzału oddane.
All the garrisons have been given without a shot.
Z bólem w duszy wykonując rozkazy
Performing orders with a pain in our souls.
plecaki nam przyszło spakować.
We were forced to pack our bags.
Cześć wam. Za zwycięstwo, dyplomato Szewardnadze, oddaliście wszystko, co
You diplomats, you have given everything
można było oddać.
that you could have given.
13 miesiąc do dnia eszelony, witany ze smutkiem w
We greet the 13th month with sadness.
ojczystych stronach. Nalejcie wina,
Give us wine.
ładujcie patrony, nie padać na duchu,
Don't be sad.
chłopaki w pagonach.
Boys in the wagons. It was a bit of a clumsy translation of the poem, but I got the gist of it, I think. I think I managed to sort of, how do I say, keep the spirit of what was going on. And that's the most important thing. That's the most sort of, that's what sort of matters, isn't it? So what do you think? I don't think there's a part 3, is there? We're gonna see. What do you think so far of this document? What do you think? There is no part 3. That's it. There is one more here. The soldiers without an empire. TVP history.
Że kroczymy ku świetlanej.
So we can watch this one as well. So what do you think? What do you think of this little thing that we've just watched? The guy who wanted to revert... no, he didn't want to revert it. He just wanted it to end. He just wanted it to end. He was just wanted the nightmare of perestroika to end. What do you mean? And he just wanted to be given orders for once. For once in his life, he wanted more orders. Give me orders. Tell me what to do. And stuff like that, you know? It is important. It is a very important. Damn. So I guess this is premium material. We're gonna watch some more next time. I'm gonna translate it. I'm gonna translate it so hard. Wow. I think we are in the mood right now for some history. I mean, technically speaking, this also is history. All of this is history, but technically speaking, I'm also a history streamer. So I want to read you a little bit of a book, okay? About the Soviet Union and about Nazi Germany. I want to read you some stuff from a. It is warmer in Warsaw today. I want to give you a reading from a book called The Deadly Embrace. We're going to be reading from a book called The Deadly Embrace. Alright? Wow. My hair is nicely highlighted. Looks pretty good. My hair looks pretty good highlighted like this. And so, I'm gonna read it. Oof. The Deadly Embrace. I'm gonna do a book reading. Because no other streamer does book reading as good as I. No other. Nobody else. And you should acknowledge that. Because I've got a voice for reading. I hope. I hope I've got a voice for reading. I hope you all think so. This should be of interest. Prologue. The biggest front line in history. Josef Vissarionovich Djugasvili, better known as Stalin, absolute ruler of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, left his office in the Kremlin earlier than usual during the night of 21st to 22nd June 1941. Normally, he worked in the long cabinet room in the Presidium building, with its green baize covered conference table in the center and the stern eyes of Lenin, Marx, and Engels, staring out from their portraits on the oak-paneled walls until about 5 a.m. As the first light of day glimmered on the golden onion domes of the cathedrals opposite his window and colored the rosy red bricks of the crenellated outer walls of the ancient city within a city, he could regularly be found at his cluttered desk, cocooned in smoke from the dark. Herzegovina floor, cigarettes which he smoked constantly, sometimes broken up into tobacco for his English Dunfield pipe. But that night, of all nights, he finished work well before 2 a.m., and after clearing one or two outstanding items with his secretary, A.N. Poskrebyshev, walked along the corridor from room number 1, took the little red carpeted gilt elevator down one floor to ground level, and left the building. Settled in the back of his black armored limousine, he was whisked away through the still warm, sleeping streets and out of Moscow. He had rarely slept in his apartment in the Kremlin since his wife committed suicide in there in 1932. The wife of Stalin committed suicide right in the middle of the Holodomor. A little fun fact. And he apparently saw no reason to make this night an exception. The motorcade surrounding his car, controlled by his personal security chief, the huge square-shouldered NKVD General Nikolai Vlasik, drove as always down the middle of the road at full speed. It covered the 20 miles to Kuntsevo, then a small village in the pine and birch forests to the east of Moscow, in well under half an hour. There it turned left of the broad dark highway onto a side road, past a security barrier manned by armed guards and a clump of young fir trees, and on through a gate, also heavily guarded, into the driveway of a single-story rambling white house set amidst gardens and terraces. This was Stalin's dacha, Blizne. The name simply means nearby, to distinguish the place from his other houses, which were all further away from Moscow. It was not a grand house, certainly no palace. Stalin's daughter, Svetlana, always remembers it with affection. In summer, the roof was a vast sun deck where she loved to run and play as a child. Blizny was a wonderful house for children. Stalin had it designed to his own specifications in 1934, but since then he changed it continuously, having rooms knocked together, rooms divided, new rooms built on, even whole floors added and removed again. Stalin was never satisfied with any house for long. All his homes, but Blizny in particular, were in permanent state of structural flux, like a colony of amoeba. In spite of his obsession with building and rebuilding, however, Stalin personally lived almost entirely in one room of the house at Kuntsevo, in the dining room. He slept on a sofa there, with the various telephones that kept him in touch with the outside world, lined up on a low table beside it. Stalin always slept on sofas, never in a bed. When he did stay in the Kremlin, he used a couch in a small office beyond the cabinet room. The other furnishings on the Blizne dining room were simple. A sideboard, several chairs, and a large table, which was usually piled high with documents, books, and newspapers. When dining alone, he had one end cleared and ate there. Only when he was entertaining people, members of the Politburo, the Soviet Union's inner cabinet, or particularly favored visiting dignitaries, was the whole table cleared, and its front half set with all kinds of Russian and Georgian dishes on warmed silver platters. On the 22nd of June, there was no one to entertain, so Stalin retired early. He was fast asleep on his sofa soon after 2:30 a.m., seemingly untroubled by the cares of the world. The great majority of the Soviet population, both civil and military, was also sleeping peacefully that night, except in the northern cities like Leningrad, where thousands still promenaded happily through the streets celebrating the whitest of the white nights, the summer solstice, when the sun barely dipped below the horizon, despite the ominous rumors which seeped in from the outside world. Few were concerned about the threat of war, for had not Stalin himself assured the nation there would be no German invasion? Indeed, he had specifically forbidden the Red Army to take more than the most tentative precautions against possible incursions by German troops. Whatever happened, he had ordered, Soviet frontier forces must not allow themselves to be provoked into firing at the Germans. Under no circumstances was Hitler to be given the opportunity of branding the Soviets as aggressors. The evening of the 21st June had therefore been almost exactly like any other summer Saturday, even in the frontier districts. Free from the fear of attack, the troops relaxed and enjoyed the warm sunny weather. Most senior officers were at home with their families or at their clubs or watching shows in garrison theaters or cinemas. Very few indeed were aware that they were in fact sitting on an immense powder keg and that the fuse had already been lit. On the other side of the Soviet Union's 930-mile-long western frontier with Germany, German occupied Poland and Romania, and for a further 800 miles with Finland in the north, the picture was very different. As the brief darkness of the shortest night of the year descended, a mighty invasion force moved stealthily forward into the positions from which it was to attack at dawn. In forest clearings amid cornfields and pastures and the long grasses of river banks, where the croaking of thousands upon thousands of armorers' bullfrogs imprinted itself for even on the memories of the waiting men. German officers assembled their troops and began giving them their final orders, prefaced by the reading of a proclamation from their Führer, Adolf Hitler. Soldiers of the Eastern Front, Hitler's words echoed through companies and regiments, batteries and squadrons. An assembly of strength on a size and scale such as the world has never seen is now complete. Allied with Finnish divisions, our comrades are standing side by side with the victor of Narvik on the shores of the Arctic Ocean in the north. German soldiers under the command of the conqueror of Norway and the Finnish heroes of freedom under their own marshal are protecting Finland. On the Eastern Front you stand, in Romania, on the banks of the Pruth, on the Danube, down to the shores of the Black Sea. German and Romanian troops are standing united under the head of state, Antonescu. This war, Hitler declared, the biggest front line in history, and was about to go into action to save our entire European civilization and culture from the threat of Bolshevism. Between the Baltic and the Black Sea, the German forces were arranged in 3 massive army groups, comprising 7 armies, 4 panzer groups, and 3 air fleets. Poised on the frontiers waiting for dawn to break were no fewer than 3,200,000 men, 148 divisions, including 19 panzer divisions, and 12 motorized infantry divisions, with 600,000 trucks, 750,000 horses, 3,580 armored fighting vehicles, 7,184 artillery pieces, and 1,830 aircraft. It was indeed an awesome array of force. By comparison, the Allied invasion of Normandy on June 1944 landed a first wave of 6 seaborne divisions and 3 airborne, a grand total of 9 divisions containing some 75,000 British and Canadian troops, 57,000 Americans along a front of less than 50 miles, as opposed to one of nearly 1,000. It would clearly have been impossible to conceal the presence of such a vast force. Hitler had been assembling it since shortly after the beginning of the year, and by mid-May, when most units were in their preliminary positions, no fewer than 19,500 special trains had rolled eastwards from Germany, all clearly visible from the ground and from the air. There had been a hiatus in the build-up for a few weeks in March and April, when Hitler had been forced to withdraw some of the troops in order to crush Yugoslavia and Greece. But by returning them to the regions bordering the Soviet Union as soon as they had finished in the Balkans, he had made both their presence and their purpose even more obvious. To Winston Churchill in London, these German troop movements illuminated the scene like a lightning flash, removing any doubts he might have had about Hitler's intentions. But their significance did not seem to have been appreciated by Stalin. The Soviet leader had in fact been kept fully informed of the German buildup. He had been deluged with warnings for several months from his own intelligence sources and from friendly foreign governments, notably the British and American. He had been told repeatedly that Hitler planned to attack him, and had even been given the correct date and time. Churchill had sent him both directly and through clandestine channels, which he thought the suspicious Stalin might accept more readily, the complete German order of battle and Hitler's plan of attack obtained through Enigma intercepts. Stalin had chosen to ignore them all. The last warnings were still pouring into the Kremlin during that fateful Saturday night and Sunday morning as the final hours before the attack slipped away. From frontier guards along the entire border came reports of increased activity on the German side. They could hear engines being revved, the clink of equipment, and the unmistakable screech and clatter of tank tracks. From London, Soviet Ambassador Ivan Maisky sent a message saying he had been called back from a weekend in the country to be told by Sir Stafford Cripps, the British ambassador to Moscow, who was then in London for consultations, that the British government had reliable information that Hitler intended to attack the Soviet Union next day. A similar message came from the military attaches at the Soviet embassy in Berlin. The ambassador there had told his staff to forget it and prepare for a Sunday picnic. Still, Stalin brushed the warnings aside. When a German deserter left his unit and crossed the line specifically to alert the Soviets, after hearing the orders for the attack, the Soviet leader dismissed the story as a German provocation. By that time, the Soviet Defense Commissar Marshal Semen Timoshenko and the Red Army's Chief of Staff, General Georgy Zhukov, were taking the reports seriously. They begged Stalin to allow them to put their frontier forces on full alert and to issue live ammunition, but he refused. All he would agree to was a watered-down directive stating that it was thought the Germans might stage attacks in order to incite Soviet troops to fight, but such provocations were to be resisted. When Zhukov called him at 12:30 a.m. on the Sunday morning to report that a second German deserter had swum the river Pruth to bring a repetition of the warning, Stalin ordered the man to be shot for his disinformation. It was shortly after this that he left his office and went home to sleep. He was still convinced that the threatening attitude of the German forces was nothing more than a ploy by Hitler to blackmail him into giving political and economic concessions. Stalin was awakened shortly after 3:45 a.m. by General Vlasic, who told him Zhukov was on the telephone from Moscow, demanding to speak to him. Sleepily, he lifted the receiver. At the other end, the chief of staff was agitated. "The Germans are bombing our towns," he shouted. Stalin was silent, deeply shocked. Zhukov repeated his message and went on to list reports of air raids on towns and cities, ports, harbors, airfields, rail junctions, from Sevastopol in the deep south to Tallinn in the north. "I reported the situation," Zhukov wrote later, "and requested permission to order our troops to start fighting back." Stalin was silent. The only thing I could hear was the sound of his breathing. "Do you understand me?" I asked. There was silence again. Incredibly, Stalin still refused to believe that this was really war. He did not give Zhukov the authorization he wanted for the Red Army and Air Force to fight back. Instead, he called a meeting of the Politburo to discuss what was happening and what should be done. As he was being driven back to the Kremlin, the dawn sky along the western frontier of his empire, 350 miles away, was torn apart by gigantic flashes of artificial lightning, and the ground beneath shuddered to the roar of man-made thunder as the German artillery opened up its massive barrage. By the time he reached his office, German ground forces had crossed the frontiers to begin the actual invasion. But still he refused to believe what was happening as garbled reports rained in. The chaos and confusion among nearly all the Soviet frontier forces was compounded by the fact that undercover units from the Germans, Special Regiment 800, which had been operating behind the Soviet lines wearing Red Army uniforms for some days, had cut the telephone cables on which they depended for most of their communications. German aircraft had completed the task of disruption by destroying radio stations and signals centers along with railway tracks and junctions, bombing them with a pinpoint accuracy made possible by months of aerial reconnaissance and photography, which they had never bothered to conceal or deny. The bombers encountered little resistance anywhere. So unprepared were the Soviets to the few of the vital bridges across the broad rivers that form much of the frontier were mined with demolition charges, and those that were remained unblown. They were all captured intact by the Germans, either by force or by trickery. In several cases, German guards simply called their Soviet opposite numbers into the center of the bridge as though to talk, and then gunned them down. In other places, German squads were hidden in rail wagons under fake loads of gravel or other freight cargo, leaping out from cover and overpowering the guards after rolling across the Soviet side. At 0 hour, 3:15 a.m., Central European Time, German armor was able to pour unhindered across the bridges. Elsewhere, infantry and other units crossed the rivers in rubber dinghies or flat-bottomed boats, accompanied in many places by specially prepared submersive tanks. In the face of only rifle and light weapon fire from the Soviet border guards, they had no serious obstacles to overcome, since Stalin had forbidden the construction of any permanent defenses or fortifications for fear they might upset Hitler. On Soviet airfields, which had also been thoroughly um, rec- recon- reconnoitered by the Luftwaffe, few aircrafts were either camouflaged or undercover. Most were neatly positioned in full parade formation, ideally displayed for destruction. Many were many were actually pegged down to the ground so they could not easily be moved, and very few were either armed or fueled. This was the normal condition in Soviet fields to prevent pilots deciding either to abscond, abscond or to pose an armed threat to the regime. For the same reason, ammunition for the Red Army was kept under separate control, well away from the weapons it was intended for. The result was that when the Germans swooped down from the skies, not only were the Soviet planes sitting ducks, they were also unable to take off to defend themselves or their bases. By noon on 22nd of June, the Germans had destroyed some 1,200 Soviet aircraft, at least 800 of them on the ground. Within 48 hours, the number had reached 2,000 planes. And the Red Air Force in the West was wiped out as a fighting force. Like the attack itself, the sheer size of the catastrophe unleashed on the Soviet Union that day was unparalleled in history. It was to take the Soviet Union 4 long years of savage fighting to avenge Hitler's treacherous blow. The cost was enormous. At least 20 million Soviet citizens died in the war. A further 25 million were mutilated or crippled, and huge areas of the country were laid waste. Out of every 100 young Soviet soldiers who went to the front, only 3 survived physically unharmed to the end. It was a terrible price to pay for the blindness of one man, Joseph Stalin, to the insatiable greed of one other, Adolf Hitler. Unlike the other countries which Hitler had attacked since September 1939, the Soviet Union was, at least on paper, militarily stronger than Nazi Germany. Official Soviet figures give the size of the Red Army in June 1941 at 5,373,000 men, armed with 67,000 field guns and mortars, 1,861 tanks, and over 2,700 combat aircraft of new types, plus even larger numbers of outdated but still serviceable older models. Of these forces, no fewer than 170 divisions with a total strength of 2,680,000 men, armed with 37,500 guns and mortars. Soviet figures do not differentiate between the two types of weapons. 1,475 tanks and 1,540 modern combat aircraft were stationed in the western frontier districts. Bearing in mind the old military dictum strictly adhered to by Allied commanders of the day, such as General Bernard Montgomery, that a numerical superiority of 3-1 is necessary to ensure the success of an attack, the Red Army should have had no difficulty in holding off the Wehrmacht had it been prepared. The fact that it was not prepared, in spite of all the warnings that were given, must in the end be laid at the door of Joseph Stalin. Stalin was so afraid of war, Nikita S. Khrushchev, then first secretary of the Communist Party in Ukraine, wrote in his memoirs that even when the Germans tried to take us by surprise, he convinced himself that Hitler would keep his word and wouldn't really attack us. A good many of Khrushchev's pronouncements need to be taken with large doses of salt. He was always prepared to bend or stretch the facts in order to make a point. And the point he was constantly trying to make after he came to power was to denigrate everything about his predecessor. But in this case, there's undoubtedly a great deal of truth in what he says. Why then was Stalin so afraid of war? Why was he willing, against all evidence and experience, to trust Hitler? What was the word which he believed Hitler would keep? Khrushchev himself supplies part of the answer to the first question. He says Stalin had obviously lost all confidence in the ability of our army to put up a fight, and claims that after the fall of France in 1940, Stalin had told him, "Hitler is sure to beat our brains in." The answers to the other questions lie in the complex personal attitudes of the two dictators to each other, and in the deadly embrace into which they had entered when their foreign ministers signed a non-aggression pact on their behalf in Moscow on 23rd August 1939, an embrace which could only end in the total destruction of one of them. We have read through the prologue. Bam! How did you like the prologue of this wonderful, wonderful book, The Deadly Embrace? Hello, Sancho. This book is called The Deadly Embrace. Hitler, Stalin, and the Nazi-Soviet Pact, 1939-1941. Anthony Reed David Fisher. We've read through the prologue. Have you enjoyed? Have you learned anything new? Did you feel that you've learned anything new from this? Technically speaking, when it comes to sheer power, the USSR was actually stronger than Nazi Germany. And if it had prepared, if Stalin did not ignore all the warnings, it could have sort of repelled the attack, which is very interesting. Within the first day of the invasion, within the first 28 hours of the invasion, the USSR lost 2,000 planes for nothing. For nothing, literally for nothing, which is fascinating to me. So, excellent. I'm a history channel and we're doing history for once. For once we're doing history. I can finally sort of say we are doing history on this history channel. We've done the history of the Russian army retreating from Poland, or rather being pulled back from Poland in 1992 via a documentary, which was very interesting. And now we've read a book. We are literate people. We are brave, literate people. And now we're gonna watch some. We're not gonna watch. By watch, I mean I'm gonna tell you. Da-da-da. Hold on. One moment. Jesus. I'm looking for something. A lot of history would have been different had Stalin not been in power. True. But also, if Stalin, to give some credit to Stalin, excellent by the Germans may be true. To give some credit to Stalin, Poland won against the USSR due to Stalin's incompetence in 1920. So in 1920, Stalin's military incompetence has proven to be a great help to Poland, creating the so-called Vistula miracle, believe it or not. A big part of why that whole thing was successful was due to Stalin's direct incompetence. Because he rushed in, sort of, and allowed himself to be flanked. So there we go. There we go. There we go. So it seems, hold on. So it seems, because there's been this rumor, quote unquote. I honestly, I actually didn't think it was a rumor. I actually believed. I just thought there was a high. Let me put it that way. I thought there was a high probability. Okay, let's just move back a little bit. Recently, Ukraine has been doing a lot of very successful attacks on Russian refineries time and time again. Boom, boom, boom. Using precise drone strikes, they have been sort of disabling refineries of Russia. And as we know, Russian oil is the main export product that allows Russia to fuel its war effort against Ukraine. So basically, as Ukraine has stated very openly, it is a long-term goal for Ukraine to attack Russian refineries via drones in order to undermine their financial capabilities of waging the war. And it's been successful. It's been, in fact, so successful that just recently, just today or yesterday, it has been reported within the last few days. It has been reported that Russia has been forced, due to the losses in the refineries, to import gasoline from Belarus, which is very interesting. It has been commented by Polish commenters who said, oh gosh, Russia is using its old Warsaw Pact tactics, milking the countries, sort of, milking their allies, just like in the good old days of the Warsaw Pact. But that's neither here nor there. The most important thing is that Ukrainian drones were able to make a significant dent in the oil refineries overall. I think about 10% of Russian oil capacity has been impaired, right? Which is significant. Enter the United States of SA. Enter the US of A. that says, actually, we want you to stop attacking Russian refineries. Actually, we want you to not do that. Can you not do that? Can you not do the one super good strategy that is working and that is bringing very tangible results? We would like you to stop that because it'll affect the global oil prices and we wouldn't like that. So we, the US of A, are telling you, please stop. And to that I say, okay, okay, buddy. Like, come on. And I'm pretty sure Ukraine has just sort of ignored that little plea to not do that because it's a strategy that works, first of all. And second of all, at this point, the US has given up its main leverage when it comes to Ukraine, namely aid. Like, the US is on one hand not giving any aid to Ukraine currently because it's all frozen, courtesy of Mike Johnson. And on the other hand, the US is saying, hey, that thing that is super working, could you not do it? Could you maybe not do it? And up until now, this whole thing has been unconfirmed. Like, people were, I'm pretty sure it's been a thing that started circulating from Financial Times. It has reported from a anonymous source that the US has been asking Ukraine to not attack refineries. And it seems that the Washington Post confirms via an interview with President Zelensky himself that the reports about the US that the Biden administrations had warned against Ukrainian attacks on Russian oil. You know? And it's a bit silly, you know? It's a bit silly to ask. It's a bit silly to ask Ukraine not to do that, right? But there's been developments, sort of. Like, I don't know. Let's talk about this because this is annoying. This is annoying me. Like, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Like, the US is basically without any leverage whatsoever saying, hey, could you, I don't know, fight with your hands behind your backs tied and do your best, but we're still not sending you aid. So you're gonna have to deal with that critical shortage of ammunition, while at the same time, we would like you not to do the thing that has been working so well so far, because I'm pretty sure the drone production in Ukraine has ramped up quite a lot. Ukraine has been doing a lot of very cool things with the drones, sinking ships, and of course, wrecking refineries, which we all applaud. But there's also there's an additional development that is sort of related to this. there's no point in peace negotiations right now because Russia has really unreasonable demands when it comes to peace. So, top U.S. general says sending attacks to Ukraine not as risky as before because Russia has been so lackluster in its sort of response to Ukrainian drones just wrecking refineries that the US generals sort of were like, wait, maybe there's no real risk of super escalation if we just send long range missiles. Maybe we should just do it. You know? Of course, that's all mute until the aid money is frozen, so. The risk of escalation related to the supply of long range army tactical missile system ATACMS missiles to Ukraine is not as high as it used to be, U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Charles Brown said on March 28th, according to Defense One. After months of deliberation, the U.S. delivered ATACMS missiles to Ukraine in October 2023, but only the older model with a range of 165 kilometers. Newer variants of ATACMS have a maximum range of around 300 kilometers and have so far not been provided to Ukraine. In late February, NBC News reported that the White House is ready to provide Kyiv with longer-range ATACMS missiles variants if Congress approves a new funding package. Brown did not officially confirm nor deny the claims. So, it sounds great that US generals have decided that it might be a great idea to send long-range missiles to Ukraine. But it all will be worthless if Mike Johnson and Trump just decide that, that they will keep blocking aid. Because, they have to win with Biden. They have to win against Biden and, global security, global stability. Those are small prices to pay when it comes to winning the election against Biden. Those are just the realities of an election. The general said that due to Russia's restrained response to a series of recent Ukrainian drone attacks on Russian oil refineries, the Pentagon has adjusted its analysis on the risk of sending ATACMS. The risk of escalation is not as high as maybe it was at the beginning, Brown told reporters. The likelihood of escalation is based on different capabilities and different actions, the general said, adding that the Pentagon pays attention to them. The shorter range ATACMS missiles were put to use on the battlefield after their delivery in October 2023. Alexei Danilov, at the time the National Security and Defense Council Secretary, said the ATACMS had exceeded expectations and created a noticeable impact on Russia's military operations. Ukraine has continued to press its Western allies for longer-range weapons, including the newer ATACMS, but faced hesitation about delivering arms that could potentially be used to strike within Russian territory, which is, again, to me, this is a bit ridiculous. This is just this cowardly, let's be honest, I'm gonna say it, cowardly way of conducting of supporting your ally. Russia can do whatever it wants. Russia can bomb cities. Russia can basically do genocide because it's doing that. Russia can attack power plants. Russia can destroy dams, flooding whole areas of Ukraine, killing people, animals, causing an ecocide, which is also a whole thing that is happening in Ukraine, an ecocide, which is basically, I guess, the environmental version of genocide. And in turn, Ukraine is basically just held back since the beginning of this war. No, no, no. You cannot retaliate. You cannot attack Russia's territory. Like when Russia sends missiles from Russian territory to bomb cities, you're not allowed to hit those targets. You're not allowed to attack the places from which the missiles are coming from. That would be escalation, and we would not want that, would we? I hate this. I hate this so much. And thankfully, I mean, I think it's happening too slow, that the West is sort of waking up bit by bit to this idea that, hey, maybe this whole idea of not letting Ukraine do what it needs to do based on this idea of escalation is bullshit. Because basically, as it works right now, Russia is just allowed to escalate endlessly, and Ukraine is just not allowed to respond in kind. It's mind blowing. U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan expressed concern in 2022 that delivering ATACMS would increase tensions between the US and Russia to the point that it could lead to another world war. I mean, sure, maybe that was a but then again, that this sort of thing really ends up just being Russia being able to do whatever it wants. Like, it's also the same situation with Russia basically just sending its missiles through Polish airspace time and time again without the missiles being shot down. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz is against sending Germany's Taurus missiles to Kyiv based because he fears to move will draw Germany into the war. Ukraine has received other long-range missiles such as the Storm Shadow from the UK and the French-made Scalp. And I just think it's ridiculous. I just think it's this whole thing of this sort of view of escalation has been really hampering. Like, it's been basically working as a crutch in many ways when it comes to Ukrainian capacity. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. Unfortunately, I do not have the Washington Post. Hold on, I'm gonna try to. Well, that is it then. I'm annoyed. This is horrible. And there's of course another annoying aspect to all of this, which is, I don't know, that the US has been withholding aid for Ukraine for over half a year now, and it doesn't look like the US will hand over aid to Ukraine anytime soon. So things are just getting worse in that regard as well. To the point that President Zelensky is already quite loudly saying that if the US will not provide aid, Ukraine forces will have to retreat, which of course they will. If the Ukrainian forces are just struggling from critical lack of ammunition and a lot of aid that's been happening when it comes to other countries, it needs to go to keeping the Ukrainian budget afloat, because let's not forget that there are two aspects to this whole aid thing. There is the aid that goes to the military, providing Ukraine with military gear, weapons, ammunition, etc., and the aid that allows Ukrainian budget to stay afloat, to pay for the workers, to pay for the administration, to pay to teachers, to pay for social services, to pay for retirement funds. Those things just sort of need money as well. And in this war situation, it is increasingly difficult for, it is impossible right now basically for the Ukrainian economy to stay afloat without outside help. That is a fact. So a lot of the aid goes to the economy, and the brunt of the US aid package is supposed to go for the military. It is like a very key aspect to this thing, that without the US aid that is being blocked, that has been blocked for 6 months, the situation becomes very dire. Ukraine was making up for shortages of missiles with home-produced weaponry and air defense systems, but it's not enough, Zelensky told Washington Post. It is not enough. I mean, of course you're not gonna be able to plug this hole with homemade stuff. US military aid for Ukraine had been stalled in the Republican-controlled US House of Representatives. President Volodymyr Zelensky said in an interview published on Friday that if Ukraine does not get promised US military aid blocked by disputes in Congress, its forces will have to retreat in small steps. If there is no US support, it means that we have no air defense, no Patriot missiles, no jammers for electronic warfare, no 155mm artillery rounds, Zelensky told the Washington Post. It is estimated that Ukrainian soldiers use more or less 10,000 rounds per day of artillery. It means we will go back, retreat step by step in small steps, he said. We're trying to find some way not to retreat. Shortages of munitions, he said, meant you have to do with less. How? Of course, to go back. Make the front line shorter. If it breaks, the Russians could go to the big cities. Democratic President Joe Biden has urged the Republican-controlled U.S. House of Representatives to endorse the military and financial aid package, but House Speaker Mike Johnson has held up the matter for months, citing domestic priorities. Interestingly enough, which is a whole mess in on itself, certain Republican members of the House of Representatives have been leaving lately, which means that the House majority of the Republican Party has now been jeopardized, which means that the situation within the house itself might just change sooner than we think if things keep up. Because a lot of Republicans are actually not very happy with what's been happening in the House, with how Mike Johnson has been conducting as the Speaker. Like, not all Republicans are fanatics of Donald Trump that just don't care about anything as long as he gets elected. A lot of Republicans actually do want to get stuff done. And those Republicans were so fed up that they quit. Lowering sort of this difference, lowering this majority in the House. Zelensky told Johnson in a telephone conversation on Thursday that approval of the package was vital. Russian forces captured the eastern town of Avdiivka last month and have made small gains since, but the front lines have changed little in months. In his interview, the Ukrainian president said Ukraine was making up for shortages of missiles with home-produced weaponry and air defense systems, but it is not enough. More than 2 years into the war, Russia has intensified attacks on energy and other infrastructure in recent weeks. Ukrainian troops have been unable to advance, and Zelensky said Kyiv intended to pursue attacks on targets in Russia, including oil refineries, which is basically a very viable strategy. He said Washington's reaction to the wave of Ukrainian attack. He said Washington's reaction to the wave of Ukrainian attacks was not positive, but Kyiv was using its own drones. Exactly. That is a very important part of this whole thing. Kyiv has a pretty big production of drones right now. So of course Ukraine used its own drones when it comes to the strikes on refineries. So the US should not be able to complain. But in this case, the justification for asking Ukraine to stop is not escalation even. It's the oil global prices, which is a ridiculous ask of Ukraine right now, especially since the US is blocking aid. Oh, don't pursue one of the only winning strategies that you have. Our oil prices. Their society has to learn to live without petrol, without diesel, without electricity. When Russia will stop these steps, we will stop. There we go. Good. Good on Zelensky. Good on Zelensky not backing down when it comes to this nonsense. Like, good on him that he basically said, well, no, we're gonna continue attacking the oil refineries. Better get used to it. We're using our own drones. We're doing what we want. It's within our right, and you're not giving us aid. So what are you gonna leverage exactly if the aid is being blocked? Exactly. You're not gonna leverage anything because you've got nothing, because you're not giving us nothing. Damn, this whole refinery thing is so frustrating. Just handicap yourself, Ukraine. Just handicap yourself for the sake of global oil prices, for the sake of business as usual. Nope. Nope. No way. No way, Jose. And good on Ukraine for choosing this road, this sort of, for choosing to not listen to the US of A when it comes to this friendly request. Also, we've got another topic. This one's interesting. This one's I wonder if it will be covered by anybody. There are certain topics that I basically are covered only by yours truly, only by me. Because it seems like the Czech counterintelligence has discovered this whole network of Russian spies within Europe. And a crackdown has started on those Russian orgs, that have been quietly behind the scenes affecting politicians, working with them, trying to affect elections, trying to affect policy. And reported by those who have been talking about the Czech, I keep saying Czechoslovakia even though it's just the Czech Republic now. The Czech counterintelligence has discovered that such organizations operate within Poland. And since Poland is my speciality, supposedly, we will be taking a look. Because there's been a development in this. There's been a development. I hope I'll be able to find an English article. There we go. I found it. The European Parliament has called to do an investigation on the Russian propaganda network within the European Union. And that includes Poland, unfortunately. On Friday, the European Parliament has found itself under pressure to investigate a network financed by Russia that has its sort of vile tentacles in all of Europe, and also included lawmakers of the EU. The Czech Republic has informed on Wednesday that its spies have found that this network has spread Russian propaganda via its information service, Voice of Europe, which has its main base in Prague. Moscow also paid money to Europarliamentary MPs for promoting Russian propaganda, said on Thursday Belgian Prime Minister Alexander De Croo. Uh, this revelation came a year after a corruption scandal, Qatargate, due to which a lot of European Union lawmakers were accused of accepting money to promote the interest of Qatar and Morocco. Political groups in the European Parliament want uh, want that investigation on those newest revelations. Valerie Heyer, who stands on the center group Renew, wrote to the head of the parliament, Roberti Mazzoli, demanding a full, transparent investigation. If the MPs of the European Parliament or candidates for the new European election took money from Russia or its cronies, they need to be unmasked and action needs to be taken. The Renew Group has also called for an urgent debate in the Parliament. We need quick action and a quick investigation. It is this way that the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin, is trying to get away with his war in Ukraine. It is a direct attack on the very tissue of our democracy, said Terry Renke, one of the main candidates of the Green Party when it comes to the European Parliament. Politicians have received money from Russia. Those politicians should be severely punished, politically as well as legally. The representative of the spokesperson of the parliament has said that it's actually analyzing right now what has been established by the Czech government about the Voice of Europe, and the spokesperson also said that the parliament is already forbidding access to its institutions to the media that are on the European Union sanction lists. The workers within the people that are hiring within the European Union have to adhere to a rigoristic standard, and breaking those standards means big financial punishments. The names of the European politicians that are sort of part of this whole scandal have not been named, but the Green Party and the Czech Daily said that they come from Belgium, France, Germany, Hungary, Netherlands, and Poland. Which, interestingly enough, I've heard in the news just today. I've heard on the news that just today that Poland has started cracking down. Poland has started investigating like 16 people have been already arrested. There's a person who I think is heavily like a figurehead that I believe is the supposed owner of the Voice of Europe, a Polish person called Maciej Jot. and he is being investigated as we speak as well. The main question is he actually sort of the brains of the operation, or is he just like a figurehead that knows nothing but just, goes through the motions? There are a lot of questions when it comes to this whole thing. But speaking of Poland, let's just talk about the Polish aspect of this. Because if this whole thing is true and it all leads to the conclusion that it is true, then it would explain a lot of certain politicians' actions. I am namely sort of referring to the Confederation Party that has been pretty openly pro-Russian, that has been spreading Russian propaganda, that has infiltrated the protest of the farmers, those protests that I went to and did interviews. A lot of the anti-Ukrainian, pro-Russian, anti-European Union slogans that the Confederacy Party has been spewing for a long time now has entered the slogans of the farmers' protest as well. Interestingly enough, right? Like, why would farmers suddenly want to exit the European Union? Why would some farmers have slogans that say, Putin come and, clean house? Why would suddenly farmers be so rabidly against Ukraine? Talking about some civil war in Poland between refugees and Polish people. It's because of the Confederacy Party. And it would not be surprising to me if Confederacy Party members were, for example, paid off by Russian propaganda machine. Where are these farmers getting all of these brand new tractors? I wonder. I wonder where do farmers get their shiny new toys? It's from the European Union, of course. Which is ironic because farmers during the protests have said, we are strong, we have our tanks, referencing to their tractors. If we are not heard, we'll just storm the city with our tanks. Again, referencing their expensive tractors. So, it's laughable, but I'm gonna have to release more interviews actually. Like, I just released 2. I also want to release the material when the protest escalated, when the police started gassing people. That would be interesting. Yeah, we'll see where this whole investigation will lead, but it would sort of, I'm not saying, okay, because we're in the land of still speculation, right? Like, I'm not saying definitely that's what's happening. I'm not saying anything. I know there's an investigation. I know that there is a very suspicious company, media company, Voice of Europe. I know that there is this guy who's supposedly a figurehead, an owner, Maciej Jot. And I know that certain Polish politicians are supposedly involved, which, if I were to speculate, I would say they would be from parties like the Confederacy. I would make them the prime candidates to be recipients of such financial support. Law and Justice, I'm actually more on the fence if Law and Justice politicians would be recipients of such Russian propaganda. Hello, thank you. Thank you for getting tier 1 Hoi Polloi 23. Thank you for getting the tier 1. But yeah, I wonder where this is. I'm wondering where this will go. I wonder if some politician names will surface. I wonder if those politicians will be sort of made to answer for spreading Russian propaganda. I do know that there are candidates from the Confederacy Party that do want to get into the European Parliament. That's a thing. So if they would be receiving help from Russia, and Confederacy is already very highly pro-Russian, it'd be the perfect candidates to do so. It would be just the prime candidates to spread this sort of misinformation and propaganda that is designed to win the war for Russia. Like, can I just tell you some of the crazy conspiracy theories that the Confederation Party, the most far-right party in Poland, has been peddling? Like the craziest conspiracies that you've ever heard. For it, like, you might think you've heard some crazy conspiracies about the war in Ukraine, like, oh, Euromaidan was done by the CIA. That's vanilla. That's boring. That's just a boring conspiracy theory. But what if I told you? What if I told you that actually this whole war is just a means for Ukraine to depopulate the country and to bring in Jewish people from Israel to make Ukraine into the new Israel, because sooner or later Palestinian people will throw Jewish people out. And the whole war with Russia is to prepare grounds for Jewish people to become the new citizens of Ukraine via the depopulation of the war. Yeah, it's a real thing that the Confederacy Party is pushing. It's like a real theory. It's just a theory, a game theory. Okay? Amazing. There's more. There's more Confederacy theories when it comes to Ukraine. For example, there's a theory, okay, that actually Poland is not Poland anymore. That's right. Poland is not Poland. Poland is now the so-called Ukropolin, which is a combination of the words Ukraine, of course, Ukro from Ukraine, and Polin, the Hebrew word for Poland. And that conspiracy theory states that the real people that are in charge of Poland right now are not Polish people. No, 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 no. The real people that are in charge of Poland right now are actually Polish-speaking Jewish people and Polish-speaking Ukrainians. Hence the marriage of the terms Ukropolin. Poland is not Poland. Poland is Ukropolin. Which brings me to the next conspiracy theory of Ukropol, that actually Ukraine is seeking the joining of Ukraine and Poland, which through the elites that are already in charge of Poland via Ukropolin would mean the dissolution of the Polish nation and Poland just becoming part of Ukraine. There you go. Wonderful, wonderful theories, huh? I bet you've not heard I bet you've not heard those before. You know why? Because to hear these, you need to be a Polish person that actually can understand the wild, wild ramblings of the Polish far right. is the only way to be able to be on top of these theories. I'm pretty sure there are more. Yes, there is one more, of course. How could I forget? Oh my gosh. How could I forget? There's one more. There's one more conspiracy theory about uh, a civil war. A civil war. That's the next one. A civil war, because sooner or later. Yes. Okay. So the conspiracy goes like this: Ukraine is sending hundreds of thousands of refugees, but it's also arming them to the brim with guns and other weapons. The Ukrainian refugees are armed to the teeth with guns, and those Ukrainian refugees will spark a civil war in Poland between them and Polish citizens. And the goal is, once again, to destroy Poland and incorporate it to Ukraine. Jesus. Beautiful. Just beautiful. Oh God. Insane. So I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm just gonna go on a limb, okay? Why is it always fear of others, quote unquote, that drives conservative politics? Like, Ukrainian people are not even all that other from Polish people. The languages are extremely similar. Like, the cultures are extremely similar. Like, in this case, we're not even speaking of other that is so other. But that's neither here nor there. So, forgive me if I'm gonna go on a limb. I'm gonna make a wild sort of speculation that if there were politicians that would be the prime targets of a Russian propaganda machine, that it would be people from the Confederacy Party. I could just, wild. But I would be willing to bet money. I would be willing to bet money that it will turn out that at least some politicians from the Confederacy Party will turn out to be some sort of collaborators with this Russian Voice of Europe thing. I'm willing to bet money on it, considering all the crazy conspiracy theories that have been spawned from the Confederacy Party, including their famous slogan, "Stop the Ukrainization of Poland." To which I say, actually, Poland could use some more Ukrainization. Poland is not Ukrainized enough. Ukrainize it more. I welcome it. I just wild. But it is what it is, unfortunately. We'll see. Well, I'll keep like this little thing in my back pocket, and I will remember. I will remember that I was willing to bet money real money that that at least some Confederacy people will turn out to be collaborators. And I hope they get punished. Oops. That's horrible of me to say. I apologize. I shouldn't wish harm or consequences on anybody. Legal or I mean, I should. If someone's a collaborator, they should be punished, of course. God damn. God damn. So how are we feeling? How are we feeling after learning these fascinating revelations? Hmm? 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 Do you feel like you've learned something new from me? Even if it's crazy and silly? I feel like if you've learned, I feel in my bones that you've learned at least a few things. At least when it comes to conspiracy theories. It's just, I have this hunch. It sounds like similar propaganda in the US. Yeah, there is similar I mean, come on, ask calling immigrants invaders. Yeah, sure. The border crisis with the evil immigrants that are coming to get jobs and boost the US economy, or the horror. The horror of immigrants wanting to improve their lives and by doing so improving the US economy. That's just unacceptable, right? That's just unforgivable. The grand old party has to stop that somehow. It is their moral duty not to let this happen. I need to hear more Russian conspiracy theories. I will find more. Wait a minute. Wait, I don't have to, I can do it now. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see what we've got here. Konfederacja Teorie Spiskowe. I'll Google that. Oh God. Yeah, of course. There's an article. Oh God, I have to unlock. I have to unlock some newspapers because I have to say that the headline for this article is great. Debit cards are lack of freedom, and there is a bandera wave. There is a bandera wave. A local politician abused basketball players who came to my state of being invaders. Everyone is laughing at him, but he insists he is right. I mean, I'm glad he's being laughed at, to be at least, you know? I'm glad that at least the politician is being laughed at. I assume foreigners played in the basketball team or something. Oh. Why do the Confederates believe in such crazy conspiracy theories? Okay, let's go. Let's hear an explanation. I want to hear their explanation why Confederacy believes such. Season 2, the politics of the Confederacy. That's the college basketball playoffs. The team is made up of university students from Washington State. Oh. Hey, why invader? Why? I don't get it. Why invaders? It's just like invaders from a different state or something? I don't get it. I don't get it. Maybe I'm too silly to get it. Maybe I'm too silly a person. Why do the Confederates believe in such absurd conspiracy theories? Wait, I have to unmute this.
Ich kandydaci naprawdę wierzą w najbardziej...
Their candidates really believe in the most absurd things, and by their candidates, that this person means Confederacy politicians. Some of them really do believe really wild things. Do you know what one of the top Confederacy politicians did? Like, there's this guy called Brown. Brown, actually, that's his surname, Brown. He actually he coined the slogan of Stop Ukrainization of Poland. He has 2 things under his belt that will define him forever. He has done 2 deeds that will define him forever. Number 1, I think there was some event in which there was a Christmas tree, and some of the decorations had Ukrainian flags on them. So Mr. Brown decided that the best course of action is to destroy the Christmas tree because it has, Ukrainian flags. Unforgivable. This Christmas tree must be killed, destroyed, eliminated. Okay? Exterminated, even. And the second deed that Mr. Brown is known for is that last year the parliament had a Hanukkah, sort of celebrated Hanukkah, and the Hanukkah candles were being lit, and Mr. Brown has stormed the parliament with a fire extinguisher and attacked the Hanukkah candles with the fire extinguisher, and also sprayed a Jewish doctor who tried to stop him and caused her to have eye problems. So this is Mr. Brown, one of the top politicians in the Confederacy Party. Amazing achievements that will sort of become his legacy. And what a legacy to have this is. What a legacy this is. Unbelievable legacies. So let's see the answer. Let's see the answer as to why. Because I'm curious, just why? Why, Mr. Okay.
bardziej absurdalne poglądy z krańców
They believe so. The politicians of the Confederacy believe the most wild theories from the frontiers of the internet.
internetu. Technologia 5G
The 5G technology,
to zagrożenie dla zdrowia.
it's a health hazard.
Tak uważa Rafał Foryś,
That is the opinion of Rafał Foryś,
kandydat Konfederacji z Radomia.
the Confederate candidate from Radom. Oh gosh, we're gonna go through. All right, this video is nice. We're gonna hear some conspiracy theories from Confederacy.
Oddawanie krwi przez krwiodawców
Oh my god! Really?
oznacza transfer polskiego
Hold on. This is too good. Donating blood as a blood donor
przez krwiodawców oznacza transfer polskiego DNA za granicę.
means the transferring of Polish DNA abroad, whatever that means. If a Polish person becomes a blood donor, they're just transferring their DNA abroad. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Tak z kolei sądzi Piotr Heszen,
That is the opinion of Piotr Heszen,
kandydat z Kielc.
the Confederacy candidate from the city of Kielce. Oh gosh. Oh my god.
Światem rządzą loże masońskie i inne tajemnicze
The world is being ruled by the mysterious elites.
grupy. To już poglądy Grzegorza
That is Grzegorz Braun. I've already told you about Grzegorz Braun, the slayer of Christmas trees and the slayer of Hanukkah candles. So Grzegorz Braun thinks that the world is being ruled by, I don't know, Jewish elites or something, which explain why he was so eager to, I don't know, use a fire distinguisher on a Hanukkah candle.
Brauna, znanego także z
Grzegorz Braun is known for his anti-Semitism.
antysemityzmu, kandydata z
He is a candidate from Rzeszów.
Rzeszowa. Chociaż te teorie na pierwszy
Even though those theories, at first glance,
rzut oka mogą wydawać
might seem funny,
się zabawne, to nie należy się z nich tylko
then you shouldn't just laugh at them.
pośmiać. Historia pokazuje
History shows
bowiem, że na podstawie
that based on
nawet najbardziej
even
absurdalnych
the most absurd
teorii spiskowych
of conspiracy theories,
można tworzyć całkiem
you can create a very real regime.
realny reżim. Każdy liberał,
Every liberal,
każdy wolnościowiec
any person that's for freedom, should fight against such theories.
powinien sprzeciwiać się takim teoriom. Teorie te mogą stanowić fundament
Those theories may very well become a sort of fundament, a just sort of this baseline
antywolnościowych rządów.
of anti-freedom governments.
I właśnie dlatego
That is why Confederacy as a party must be opposed.
Konfederacji należy stawić czoła.
Here we go. I agree. I agree, person from Twitter. I agree completely. God, the blood thing just got to me. The blood theory really got to me. That the being a blood donor is being a transferal of Polish DNA abroad. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? TikTok.
Dziś o fascynacji konfederatów teoriami
Oh, we're already
spiskowymi i za granicę. Tak z kolei sądzi Piotr
we already saw this, so we don't have to watch it again. Someone TikTok. Sounds like more fear mongering. I mean, that is what conspiracy theories usually are, fear mongering and nothing else. That is usually what conspiracy theories are. Speaking of theories, Vladimir Putin has announced that he is going to do a conscription of 300,000 people, 300,000 additional soldiers, in order to, that is his claim, to do a big operation against Kharkiv next month in order to surround it and capture it. That is the new claim based sort of made by Vladimir Putin that there will be a um, big conscription, and this conscription will lead to the capture of Kharkiv, which sparked discussion. The discussion being whether Putin actually is looking to capitalize on the lack of aid from the US to try to push all the way to Kiev. Here we have Kiev. See? Kiev. Or alternatively, if Putin will actually just try to encircle and capture Kharkiv, and then say we can now sit down and negotiate. That is actually also an idea that has been floated, that Russia might try to conscript more people, try to surround Kharkiv, and upon capturing Kharkiv, negotiate peace. Hard to say. It sounds a little bit far-fetched considering just how much pain and death capturing Avdiivka was. But then again, the problem is that as time goes on, Ukrainian situation is just getting worse and worse because of the lack of aid from the US. And relatively speaking, the situation of Russia is sort of getting better, considering that they don't have this pause in getting more weaponry from North Korea or Iran or other places. The question is just how much can Ukraine's attack on the refineries sort of put a dent in that? That is a good question. But so far the situation is pretty dire, as you can see. As you could see on that map, Russians are pushing, they're gaining ground, even if it's slowly. The fact remains that Russia keeps inch by inch gaining ground. There you go. The Kyiv Independent. The article from yesterday. Ukraine war latest. Russian assault on Kharkiv can't be ruled out, chief commander says. Also, Kharkiv has been bombed basically almost every day now. Almost every day, Russian has been using drones, bombs, and other things in Kharkiv. Russian assault on Kharkiv can be ruled out. Syrsky, 500,000 mobilization figure significantly reduced. Let's see. Russia's attempt to take the city of Kharkiv can't be ruled out, Commander-in-Chief of Ukraine's Armed Forces Alexander Syrsky said on March 29th. In an interview with Ukraine Forum, Syrsky said Ukraine's armed forces were taking all measures to adequately respond to such a possibility. Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city, located just over 30 kilometers south of the Russian border, has in recent weeks seen an escalation in strikes from Russian missiles, drones, and air bombs almost every day. A recent report by Latvia-based Russian media outlet Meduza claimed political elites have not ruled out that President Vladimir Putin will order a ground offensive against the city. after doing a big mobilization, apparently of 300,000 people. Today we are carrying out a large scale of works on the fortification of territories and positions. We are installing a complex system of barriers, Syrsky said, referencing the liberation of parts of Kharkiv Oblast in 2022 after 7 months of Russian occupation. Syrsky said Ukraine's armed forces already had experience of military operations in the region, which caused the large-scale collapse of the Russian front. If the Russians go there again, Kharkiv will become a failed city for them, he added. In the same interview, Syrsky said that despite being outmanned and outgunned, Ukraine's use of drones and high-precision artillery mean Russian troops can never feel safe, even far from the front lines. He also acknowledged that very difficult situation on the front, saying Moscow's forces continue to use mass assaults and has recently significantly increased the use of airstrikes and guided bombs that destroy our positions. Actually, this is a thing that is because Ukraine has very limited anti-air capability right now because, again, if aid is frozen from the US, Ukraine has to prioritize what to defend with its anti-air. And because Ukraine has logically decided to prioritize cities and, population, defending the population in cities via its anti-air, less anti-air can be dedicated to the front line, which means that Russia is sending bombing cities to exhaust and keep the anti-air systems busy in the cities, and doing a lot of bombings on the front line where there's just not enough anti-air. Syrsky also said Russian forces currently enjoy an ammunition advantage of around 6-1, adding that Ukraine is helped by high-precision ammunition. Our gunners use high-precision ammunition to destroy enemy concentrations even tens of kilometers from the front line, he added. Syrsky. So that is basically it. There might be, apparently, an attack on Kharkiv. That is basically what is being stated. That is what is being assumed. That is the assumption that is being made. But on the US side, experts on the US side believe that the claims of an imminent Russian big offensive on Kharkiv might be over-exaggerated, and that Russia has exhausted a lot of its equipment, and that its assault capability has been diminished. So unless Putin sort of gets some sort of huge amounts of equipment out of thin air, it might be proved to be difficult for him to sort of even conduct such an operation, not to mention surround and capture the city without destroying it, which Putin indicated was his goal. To actually not just scorched earth destroy Kharkiv, but to capture it, encircle it and capture it. So we'll see. We're going to have to see what happens, I suppose. Things are getting sadly very interesting, especially since the Polish Prime Minister Donald Tusk has said that we don't live in a peace world anymore. We live in a pre-war world, indicating that the war will spill, indicating that things are rough. Actually, Poland is so not prepared for war that it's not even funny. Like the infrastructure is not prepared at all. Civic sort of local governmental structures, organizations are not prepared to guide the population should a war occur. Bunkers and other places sort of to hide are not prepared either, so people would either have to, I don't know, not have anywhere to hide, or they would have to sort of prepare hiding places on their own, which is wild. So we'll see. Is one man holding up the aid package for Ukraine in the US Congress? Yeah, Mike Johnson. And Mike Johnson is basically a lackey of Donald Trump, so who do I blame? Who do I blame here? Mike Johnson or his true master, Donald Trump? I guess Trump, no? I guess Trump, since he's the real shot caller in this whole arrangement. I don't think Mike Johnson is the shot caller. I very much think that Mike Johnson is a follower. So yeah. Wonderful. And Trump is a lackey of Putin. Yes. Sort of. At this point. At this point, I guess. Or a business partner. Trump would rather use the term business partner. As Trump, don't forget, is a great businessman. Did you not know? Did you not know that Trump is a businessman who will drain the swamp? Which is why he'll drain the swamp. He'll get rid of the corruption of the US elites. Even though Trump's best buddy apparently is Orban, you know, the leader of the country that is well known for its corruption. Oh, it's delicious. We'll see. We'll see. The situation is I honestly did not expect that to happen. I did not expect that 2022, at least half of 2023, I sort of had in my poor naive brain this belief that the US aid would just be steady and ongoing. You know, I never expected this sort of thing to happen, that US aid will be frozen and that we'd be where we are. I actually believe that that the US aid would not just be steady but would increase. You know, that it would increase in time, and that would be the key to basically Ukraine's victory in the war. But right now, not only is it not increasing, which it should, 60 billion is just, I don't know, it should be 100, 120. Like the amount of money that US has been giving to Ukraine is dwarfed by every single past thing that the US has done when it comes to interventions, wars, or whatever. Like Ukraine is by far the lowest number spent. You know? By far. That is the paradox. Like people are so complaining about the US aid, how it supposedly takes away from the people from the US, even though that's not remotely how that works. And also, it's silly considering just how small an amount is being given to Ukraine compared to literally all the conflicts that US took part in before. Every single one. Depressing. What a depressing sort of turn of events. Well, we've been streaming for basically 4 hours. So what do you say? Shall we end it here? We could end it here, and I'll be back tomorrow with more cool, amazing news. I'll prepare something nice for you. I'll prepare something special for you. I'll make it worth your while, so that you will recommend this stream to all your friends, all your family, all your colleagues, you know? After all, I am the biggest Polish trans streamer who's also Jewish. So, aren't you excited? I'm the Eastern European voice. I'm the voice from Eastern Europe that tells it how it is. I'm telling it how it is. I say things the way they are. Because I am a blunt Pole. I'm a blunt Slav. From everybody else you will get wishy-washy, nice, blah, blah thing. And from me you get the raw, wild Slav thing. So, right? Isn't that true? Is this not true? So yes, it is true. You get the Polish experience. In fact, to prove my Polish cred, I'm gonna read you a sentence from this Polish magazine called Polityka. I'm gonna read it in Polish to walk you out of the stream. Żeby za bardzo nie fikał. Dzięki rozmowom podsłuchiwanego Pegasusem Daniela Obajtka dowiadujemy się, jak niebezpiecznie jest bycie prezesem narodowego czampiona. Panuje przekonanie, że to zajęcie spokojne i przyjemne, polegające na kupowaniu po zaniżonej cenie atrakcyjnych działek, apartamentów i pałaców. Tymczasem w jednym z nagrań Obajtek skarży się, że chcą go tak jak wcześniej surówkę, Kurskiego, w odpowiedzi na co zmuszony jest przekuć to w drugą stronę, zrobić wszystko, żeby tamci mu nie i tamtym. Konkretnie chodzi o Sasina, żeby go krew zalała i żeby nie miał zaczepienia do mojej osoby. There you go. You got some Polish out of me. You got some Polish out of me to finish off this stream, to prove once and for all, decisively, that you're actually dealing with a Polish person. That you're actually dealing with someone who's Polish. It's not a lie, it's the truth. It's the truth, God honest truth. See you tomorrow. Yes. See you tomorrow. I am going to end stream. I'm going to end it. Bye bye. Bye bye. Dobranoc.